Hello, dear explorers, it's Benjamin. Welcome back to another evening where stories come alive. Get comfortable, subscribe, and join me as we journey together through the mysteries of Hogwarts, the Mirror's Whisper. In the quiet of his early days as headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore often found himself wandering the castle during the still hours of the night. These solitary walks were as much about reflection as they were about his fascination with the school's mysteries. One such evening, he found himself drawn to a room he knew well, a chamber that housed the Mirror of Erised. Though the mirror had been tucked away from the students for their safety, Dumbledore had always felt a curious connection to it, not for its revelations, but for the questions it posed about human desire. As he stepped into the room, the air seemed heavier than usual, charged with a faint, magical hum. The mirror stood silently in its corner, its polished surface reflecting the flickering candlelight. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. Yet, as Dumbledore approached, a faint whisper tickled his ears, a sound so soft it could have been mistaken for the creak of old wood or the rustle of distant leaves. But when the whisper formed into words, barely audible yet unmistakable, Dumbledore froze. Seek what was forgotten. The words were not his own, nor were they the mirror's usual trick of reflecting desires. He stared into the glass, half expecting to see himself gazing back, but what appeared was far more unsettling. A blurred image, shifting and incomplete, as though the mirror itself were unsure of what it wanted to show. Frowning, Dumbledore leaned closer. The whispers returned, more distinct this time, though fragmented. Phrases like buried deep, legacy, and beware the cost swirled around him like ghostly echoes. This behavior was unlike anything he had encountered before. The Mirror of Erised, for all its mystique, had always been a passive observer, reflecting only the deepest desires of the heart. But now it seemed alive, almost sentient, and intent on conveying a message. Dumbledore's first instinct was caution. Such deviations in magic often signaled something dangerous, or, at the very least, something deeply misunderstood. Still, his curiosity was piqued. If the mirror was attempting to communicate, it was no random act. Hogwarts was a living entity of sorts, its magic woven into every stone and corridor. Dumbledore had long suspected that the castle itself had a will, a way of guiding those who were attuned to its secrets. Perhaps the mirror, as an artifact of considerable power, was channeling that will now. But why? And why to him? The whispers grew fainter, and the image in the mirror dissolved back into a reflection of his own tired face. Dumbledore straightened, his mind already racing through possibilities. He resolved to return the next night, prepared to delve deeper into this enigma. For all its risks, the call of the unknown was one Dumbledore could never resist. And so, with a final glance at the silent mirror, he turned and left the chamber, unaware of just how far this mystery would take him, or the truths it would reveal about Hogwarts, its history, and even himself. The following night, Dumbledore returned to the chamber with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He carried with him an assortment of magical tools, an enchanted quill to record any sounds or movements, a small vial of revealing potion to highlight hidden enchantments, and a silvery orb that pulsed faintly, designed to detect distortions in magical energy. He had also spent hours in the library researching the Mirror of Erised, combing through old texts for any mention of similar phenomena. What he found was perplexing. Nothing. The mirror's history, while mysterious, gave no indication of this newfound behavior. As he entered the chamber, the atmosphere was as charged as the previous night. The mirror stood in its usual place, but Dumbledore immediately noticed something different. The surface of the glass seemed to ripple, as though it were a pool of water disturbed by an unseen hand. He approached cautiously, setting his tools on the stone floor and activating the enchanted quill. The faint scratching of its nib echoed as it began to record. This time, the whispers started immediately. They were clearer now, though still disjointed, as if a voice were trying to form coherent sentences, but couldn't quite manage it. Legacy, buried deep, chamber. The words were accompanied by flashes in the glass, fragmented images that seemed to show parts of Hogwarts. An unfamiliar corridor, a spiraling staircase, a door engraved with intricate symbols. Dumbledore watched intently, his mind working to piece together the fragments. The symbols on the door stirred a memory. They resembled the sigils used by the Founders, a blend of ancient runes and personal emblems. Could this be one of the fabled lost chambers of Hogwarts? The idea was tantalizing. Over the centuries, there had been whispers of hidden rooms and forgotten spaces, some created by the Founders themselves and sealed away for reasons lost to time. He reached for the vial of revealing potion and uncorked it, carefully pouring a few drops onto the surface of the mirror. The liquid spread across the glass, shimmering as it reacted with the magic embedded within. The rippling intensified, and the images sharpened. Dumbledore now saw the door clearly, its sigils glowing faintly, and beneath it, a phrase in an ancient script, quod relinquitur, revelabitur. What is left behind shall be revealed. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. Seek the chamber, legacy of the Founders. Beware the cost. Dumbledore's pulse quickened. This was no mere anomaly. The mirror was guiding him to something of great significance. But the warning was impossible to ignore. What cost? And why now? The mirror had been silent for decades, a tool of introspection, not a messenger. What had changed? Was it responding to him specifically, or was this a larger shift in the castle's ancient magic? He considered his options. Whatever lay within this hidden chamber, it was clear that the mirror wanted him to find it. But Dumbledore had long learned to tread carefully when dealing with ancient magic. The Founders of Hogwarts were powerful, brilliant, and, in some cases, dangerous. Their legacies were not always benevolent. Still, the thought of leaving the mystery unsolved gnawed at him. If this chamber and its contents posed a threat to the school, it was his duty to uncover the truth. After a long moment of thought, Dumbledore made his decision. He would follow the mirror's guidance, but with the utmost caution. As the whispers faded and the rippling subsided, he touched the surface of the mirror briefly, as if to acknowledge the strange partnership forming between them. The next step was clear. He would need to locate the corridor and the sigil-marked door. With the mirror as his unlikely ally, Dumbledore set out to uncover a piece of Hogwarts' forgotten past, unaware of the challenges and the revelations that awaited him. In the days that followed, Dumbledore scoured the castle for clues, the images from the Mirror of Erised etched firmly in his mind. The Hogwarts of his memory was vast and layered, a puzzle of shifting staircases and forgotten passages. Yet, for all his familiarity with the castle, the specific corridor and sigil-marked door eluded him. The images had been fleeting and incomplete, requiring not just careful observation but an instinctive understanding of the castle's hidden logic. He began his search in the oldest parts of Hogwarts, the foundations where the magic of the founders felt strongest. Late at night, when the students were asleep and the castle was at its quietest, he wandered the halls, whispering incantations designed to reveal concealed paths. Walls shimmered faintly under his spells, but none revealed what he sought. The frustration began to weigh on him, but Dumbledore's curiosity was far stronger than any discouragement. On the fourth night of his search, a breakthrough came. As he passed a narrow, dimly lit corridor near the dungeons, a strange vibration hummed through his wand, faint but distinct. Pausing, he turned his attention to the wall. It appeared unremarkable, but as he approached, he noticed faint etchings, almost invisible to the naked eye. Drawing closer, he saw the sigils, symbols identical to those shown in the mirror. They glowed faintly when he touched them, as if acknowledging his presence. Excitement surged through him as he began to trace the symbols with his wand. The air grew colder, and a soft, resonant hum filled the corridor. Slowly, the wall began to shift, its stones grinding apart to reveal a hidden archway. Beyond it lay a spiral staircase descending into darkness. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment. The whispers of the mirror echoed in his mind. Beware the cost. Summoning a soft glow from his wand, he stepped through the archway and began the descent. The air grew heavier with each step, thick with ancient magic. The staircase spiraled downward for what felt like an eternity before opening into a vast, circular chamber. The space was unlike anything Dumbledore had seen at Hogwarts, its walls carved with runes and sigils that pulsed faintly with blue light. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and atop it lay the relic, a gleaming, intricate artifact shaped like a hollow sphere, its surface etched with lines that seemed to shift and shimmer. As Dumbledore approached, the atmosphere grew charged, almost alive. The whispers returned, not from the mirror this time, but from the relic itself. They spoke not in words, but in emotions, power, longing, and an undercurrent of warning. Reaching the pedestal, Dumbledore studied the artifact closely. Its craftsmanship was extraordinary, clearly the work of magical minds far beyond his own. Yet, as he examined it, he noticed the same phrase inscribed along its edges: Quod relinquitur, revelabitur. The meaning was clear. This was the legacy the mirror had spoken of. But what was its purpose? As he reached out to touch the artifact, a surge of energy coursed through him, filling his mind with visions. He saw glimpses of the founders themselves, Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin working together, their faces marked with determination. They were crafting the relic, their voices echoing faintly. Knowledge unmatched, but only for those who dare. The visions shifted, showing the artifact in use. It granted immense insight to its wielder, unlocking secrets of magic long thought lost. But the final vision was one of destruction. A wizard overcome by the artifact's power, consumed by their own ambitions. The chamber filled with fire, and the artifact was left untouched amid the ruins. When the visions faded, Dumbledore stepped back, his heart heavy. He now understood why the relic had been hidden. It was a tool of incredible potential, but also a trap for those unable to wield it wisely. The founders had sealed it away, perhaps knowing that no one, not even themselves, could resist its allure indefinitely. Dumbledore faced a choice. He could secure the relic, ensuring it remained hidden, or he could risk using it, believing in his ability to wield it responsibly. For a long moment, he stared at the shimmering artifact, the whispers still swirling around him. Finally, he waved his wand, conjuring protective wards around the pedestal. He would not destroy the relic. It was a part of Hogwarts history, and its secrets could not be erased. But he would ensure it remained out of reach for those who might misuse it. As he ascended the staircase, the chamber sealed itself behind him, the sigils on the archway dimming to obscurity. The whispers faded, leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts. The relic's existence weighed heavily on him, a reminder of the fine line between wisdom and temptation. For now, the secret was safe. But Dumbledore knew the castle well enough to understand that its secrets had a way of resurfacing, often at the moments they were needed most. The days following his discovery were marked by an uneasy calm. Though the chamber and its relic were securely hidden, Dumbledore could not shake the weight of what he had found. The visions of the Founders haunted him, particularly the image of destruction wrought by the artifact's misuse. For all his confidence in sealing the chamber, he knew that knowledge, once discovered, had a way of finding its way back into the world. The relic was no longer merely a hidden danger, it was now part of his burden as the guardian of Hogwarts. Dumbledore returned to the Mirror of Erised, seeking clarity. The mirror, which had guided him to the chamber, now stood silent and unresponsive. Its surface reflected only his own image, his face lined with weariness and contemplation. He studied himself for a long moment, wondering what the mirror had seen in him that prompted it to reveal such a secret. The whispers were gone, but their cryptic warning still lingered in his mind. Beware the cost. He couldn't help but wonder, had he already paid it, or was it still to come? That night, he delved into the restricted section of the library once more, this time focusing on the Founders' personal histories. He found scattered references to their collaborations, particularly between Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin. The two, often at odds ideologically, had apparently worked together on projects of extraordinary magical complexity. One such project, described only as the Source, seemed to align with the relic he had uncovered. The notes spoke of its creation as a way to preserve the collective knowledge of the Founders, a legacy that would ensure Hogwarts endured as the pinnacle of magical education. But there were warnings even in these texts, fragments of concern from Rowena, who feared that the artifact's power might corrupt those who sought it. As Dumbledore read, a question began to gnaw at him. Why had the mirror chosen to reveal this now? For centuries, the relic had remained hidden, its existence known only to the Founders and perhaps a few others who had long since passed into history. Was it mere coincidence that he, newly appointed as headmaster, had been the one to uncover it? Or was there a deeper purpose, some unseen force at work in Hogwarts' ancient magic? His musings were interrupted by a soft knock at his office door. It was Minerva McGonagall, then a young professor, seeking his counsel on a particularly troublesome student. Her arrival reminded Dumbledore of his responsibilities as headmaster, a role that required his full attention, no matter the secrets weighing on his mind. He set aside his research and offered Minerva his wisdom, the conversation grounding him in the immediate concerns of the school. Yet, even as he returned to the rhythms of daily life at Hogwarts, the relic's presence lingered in the back of his mind. He began implementing subtle protections around the areas closest to the hidden chamber, enchantments that would dissuade any curious students or wandering professors. He also took quiet precautions with the Mirror of Erised, moving it to a more secure location within the castle. If the mirror's whispers ever returned, he wanted to ensure that they reached no ears but his own. In the months that followed, Dumbledore found himself reflecting more often on the nature of power and the choices it demanded. The relic had tempted him with visions of unparalleled insight, the kind of knowledge that could reshape the magical world. Yet, he had resisted, not because he did not desire it, but because he understood the cost of yielding to that desire. It was a lesson he had learned long ago during his youth, when ambition and tragedy had walked hand in hand. The relic was a test, not just of his wisdom, but of his capacity to trust in others to carry forward the future of magic without the crutch of ultimate knowledge. Years later, when speaking with a young Harry Potter, Dumbledore would describe the Mirror of Erised as a dangerous object, one that reflected not what was real, but what the heart most longed for. He would warn against dwelling on dreams, cautioning Harry to live in the present. But he would not tell Harry about the time the mirror had whispered to him, nor about the relic buried deep within Hogwarts. Some secrets, he believed, were better left in the shadows, protected, yes, but never fully forgotten. The legacy of the relic and the chamber became another layer in the vast tapestry of Hogwarts history, one that Dumbledore carried with him as both a reminder and a responsibility. He had made his choice, but he knew that the castle, with its endless capacity for mystery, might one day present the relic to someone else, someone who would face the same trial, the same decision. Until that day came, Dumbledore resolved to guard the secret with quiet vigilance, trusting in the wisdom he had gained and the light he sought to pass on to the next generation. As the years passed, the memory of the chamber and the relic became a private burden Dumbledore carried in silence. The weight of the discovery shaped his philosophy as a leader and mentor, deepening his understanding of power, temptation, and the responsibilities they carried. Yet, despite his efforts to keep the secret contained, he remained ever watchful for signs that the relic's influence might resurface. Hogwarts, with its living, breathing magic, often acted in mysterious ways. Students stumbled upon hidden rooms, staircases shifted unexpectedly, and the castle's enchantments seemed to guide those in need to safety or discovery. Dumbledore sometimes wondered if the castle itself had a will, a force that connected the past, present, and future of those who walked its halls. The Mirror of Erised had played its part in revealing the chamber. He could not dismiss the possibility that the castle might do so again. One winter's evening, a subtle but unsettling event reminded Dumbledore of the relic's potential to surface unexpectedly. He was preparing for bed when his office became filled with a faint hum, the same resonance he had felt the night the mirror first whispered to him. Fawkes, his loyal phoenix, stirred uneasily on his perch, letting out a low trill. Dumbledore rose, his wand in hand, and scanned the room for the source of the disturbance. It was then that he noticed an object on his desk, a small, polished fragment of stone etched with symbols he recognized immediately. They were identical to the sigils that marked the entrance to the hidden chamber. The fragment was not something he had placed there, nor did it belong to his collection of artifacts. Its appearance was both inexplicable and deeply concerning. He examined it carefully, feeling the faint pulse of magic within. It was a message, though its meaning was unclear. Had the relic's presence stirred again? Had someone tampered with the chamber's protections? Or was this an attempt by the castle, or something within it, to remind him of the choices he had made? The fragment reignited Dumbledore's vigilance. Over the following days, he discreetly re-examined the protections he had placed around the chamber, reinforcing the wards and adding new layers of enchantment to obscure its location further. He also paid a visit to the Mirror of Erised, now kept in a secure room accessible only to him. The mirror remained silent, its surface reflecting only his own image, but Dumbledore felt its presence keenly, as though it were aware of his renewed attention. Despite his precautions, the appearance of the fragment left him uneasy. He began to sense that the relic's story was not yet complete, that the chamber and its artifact were bound to Hogwarts in ways even he could not fully understand. The founders had created the relic as a legacy, a tool of unimaginable potential, but they had also left it hidden, locked away for a reason. Dumbledore often reflected on Rowena Ravenclaw's warning in the texts he had found. Knowledge unmatched, but only for those who dare. Was it possible that the relic's time had not yet come? That it was waiting for someone else? Someone who might face the same trial and make their own choice? As the years turned into decades, Dumbledore's guardianship of the relic became part of his larger responsibility as headmaster. He guided countless students, instilling in them the values of humility, wisdom, and the understanding that power was a tool to be wielded carefully, not a prize to be sought recklessly. In his quiet moments, he thought of the chamber and the lessons it had taught him. It was a reminder that even the greatest of wizards could be tempted, and that true strength lay in the ability to resist the allure of ultimate power. Though the relic remained hidden, its existence lingered in the background of Hogwarts history, a silent testament to the complexity of the school's past and the foresight of its founders. Dumbledore, for all his brilliance and wisdom, knew that the secrets of the castle would continue to unfold long after his time. He could only hope that when the relic's story did resurface, the one who uncovered it would possess the same understanding of the delicate balance between ambition and restraint. In the end, the Mirror of Erised had revealed more than a hidden chamber or a powerful artifact. It had shown Dumbledore the fragility of human nature and the strength required to protect what was truly important. As he reflected on these lessons, he understood that the greatest legacy he could leave was not the preservation of a single relic, but the cultivation of those who would inherit the future. A future shaped not by the temptation of power, but by the wisdom to wield it sparingly. And so, the relic and its secrets remained safely hidden, waiting for the day they would be needed once again. Years passed, and Dumbledore's secret became woven into the very fabric of Hogwarts, a hidden thread in the castle's vast tapestry of mysteries. The chamber and its relic remained undisturbed, their presence a dormant power locked away beneath layers of enchantments. Yet, Dumbledore could never fully dismiss the weight of the secret. It was a silent guardian of his thoughts, a reminder of the fine line between knowledge and temptation, and of the responsibilities entrusted to him as headmaster. As Hogwarts continued to evolve, so too did the challenges it faced. New generations of students brought their own ambitions and curiosities, and with them came moments that tested the limits of the school's protections. Dumbledore remained vigilant, his sharp mind always attuned to the faint echoes of the castle's ancient magic. Though he often projected an air of whimsical calm, his awareness of the relic's dormant power was never far from his thoughts. One such moment of tension arose when Tom Riddle, a promising but enigmatic student, began to exhibit a disturbing fascination with the hidden corners of the castle. Dumbledore, already wary of the boy's ambitions, took note of Riddle's probing questions about the founders and the forgotten magic of Hogwarts. Though Riddle's attention seemed focused on the Chamber of Secrets, a legend tied to Salazar Slytherin, Dumbledore felt a cold unease whenever their paths crossed. He could not help but wonder if Riddle's insatiable curiosity would one day lead him to the chamber and its relic. To safeguard the relic further, Dumbledore revisited the chamber, reinforcing its wards with the strongest magic at his disposal. As he stood within its depths once more, the artifact seemed to hum faintly, as if recognizing his presence. He felt a pang of unease, knowing the castle's magic often reacted to the intentions of those who walked its halls. Was the relic sensing Riddle's growing influence, or was it responding to Dumbledore's own fears? Despite his precautions, Dumbledore knew the limits of his control. Hogwarts was a place of discovery, its magic alive in ways no wizard could fully command. He had no doubt that one day someone would find their way to the chamber again. His only hope was that they would possess the wisdom to understand its dangers and the strength to resist its allure. In the years following Riddle's departure, Dumbledore's focus shifted to the broader threats facing the wizarding world. His confrontation with Grindelwald and his rising opposition to Voldemort demanded much of his attention, yet the relic remained a constant shadow in his mind. It symbolized not only the potential for great knowledge, but also the capacity for destruction when power was pursued without restraint. It was a lesson that shaped his every decision, guiding him as a mentor, a strategist, and a leader. By the time Harry Potter arrived at Hogwarts, Dumbledore's connection to the relic had become a deeply buried secret, known only to him. He saw echoes of the mirror's lessons in Harry's journey, his ability to resist temptation, his courage in the face of overwhelming odds, and his belief in the value of friendship and sacrifice. Though Dumbledore never spoke of the chamber or its relic, he felt that Harry embodied the very qualities that the founders had hoped to protect when they sealed the artifact away. In his final years, Dumbledore often reflected on the decisions he had made. The relic had tempted him with visions of unparalleled insight, and the mirror had shown him the desires he had long buried. Yet, he had chosen to protect rather than pursue, to seal rather than wield. It was a choice that defined his tenure as headmaster and his legacy as a guardian of Hogwarts. He knew that one day the story of the relic might surface again, but he trusted that the castle, and those who called it home, would be ready. When Dumbledore's time finally came to an end, the secret of the relic remained intact, locked within the chamber and within the heart of the castle itself. The story of the Mirror of Erist and the whispers it shared became a quiet, enduring part of Hogwarts history, a tale of discovery, restraint, and the enduring strength of wisdom over temptation. And so, the chamber waited, its relic still gleaming in the silence, a forgotten legacy bound to the magic of Hogwarts, waiting for its time to be revealed once more. With Dumbledore's passing, the secret of the chamber and its relic faded further into the obscurity of Hogwarts' many mysteries. Yet, the castle, as always, had a way of holding on to its secrets, guarding them until the right moment or the right person came along. While the students and faculty mourned the loss of their beloved headmaster, the ancient magic of the school stirred quietly, as if acknowledging the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Years passed, and Hogwarts continued to thrive, its halls echoing with laughter, learning, and the occasional mischief. The relic remained undisturbed, hidden beneath layers of enchantments and wards, its presence a silent sentinel of the founder's vision. But magic, as Dumbledore had often reminded his students, has a will of its own. And so, the day inevitably came when the relic's story began to resurface. It started subtly, as such things often did at Hogwarts. A group of students exploring the dungeons late one evening stumbled upon a faintly glowing sigil etched into the stone wall of an unremarkable corridor. Intrigued, they ran their fingers over the symbol, triggering a faint vibration that resonated through the air. Though the students had no idea what they had found, the discovery sent a ripple of magic through the castle, awakening long-dormant forces. The sigil's activation coincided with a series of strange occurrences. The enchanted suits of armor lining the great hall seemed to shift slightly when no one was looking, their visors tilting as though observing the students. The portraits in the headmaster's office whispered among themselves, their painted eyes darting toward the hidden corners of the room. Even the staircases, long accustomed to their whimsical shifting, began to align in unfamiliar patterns, guiding certain students toward the older, less traveled parts of the castle. Among the staff, it was Professor McGonagall, now headmistress, who first noticed the changes. She had long considered Hogwarts an old friend, and, like any good friend, she knew when something was amiss. Late one evening, as she reviewed plans for the upcoming term, a soft hum filled her office. She looked up to see the sorting hat trembling slightly on its shelf, its brim curling as though trying to speak. Though its words were faint, McGonagall caught fragments of a message. Legacy. Forgotten. The cost. The phrase chilled her. It was familiar, though she couldn't place where she had heard it before. Her thoughts turned to Dumbledore, whose many secrets had often weighed on her during their years of friendship. Could this be one of the mysteries he had chosen not to share? If so, what danger or opportunity did it represent for Hogwarts now? Determined to uncover the truth, McGonagall began her own investigation. She consulted the castle's oldest records, searched the restricted section, and questioned the enchanted portraits in her office. But the answers remained elusive, shrouded in the same layers of secrecy that Dumbledore had carefully maintained. What she did find, however, was a consistent thread. References to a chamber hidden by the Founders, a place tied to a relic of immense power. Guided by these fragments, McGonagall ventured into the depths of the castle, following the subtle clues that Hogwarts seemed to offer. Her journey mirrored Dumbledore's in many ways, though she moved with a sense of urgency born of her role as protector of the school. When she finally reached the sigil-marked wall, she hesitated, feeling the weight of the magic behind it. The whispers she had heard in her office returned, faint but insistent. What is left behind shall be revealed. With a deep breath, McGonagall traced the sigil with her wand, activating the ancient enchantments. The wall shifted, revealing the spiral staircase that descended into the hidden chamber. As she stepped into the depths, the air grew heavier, charged with the same magic that had guided Dumbledore so many years before. The chamber appeared unchanged, its walls glowing softly with runes, and at its center, the relic still rested on its pedestal, gleaming faintly in the dim light. McGonagall approached cautiously, her heart pounding. Though she had no visions like those Dumbledore experienced, the relic's presence filled her mind with a swirl of emotions: temptation, curiosity, and a profound sense of caution. She knew, as Dumbledore had, that the artifact represented both incredible potential and immense danger. Rather than touch the relic, McGonagall chose to reinforce the protections around it, layering new enchantments over the old ones. She whispered a promise to the Founders, vowing to guard the relic as Dumbledore had, ensuring that its power would not fall into the wrong hands. As she left the chamber, she sealed it once more, knowing that its story was not yet over but confident that, for now, Hogwarts was safe. In the years to come, the relic's presence would remain a quiet undercurrent in the life of the school, a symbol of the balance between power and wisdom that defined Hogwarts itself. And though Dumbledore was gone, his legacy endured, not only in the students he had inspired, but in the choices he had made to protect the secrets of the castle he loved. For as long as Hogwarts stood, the chamber and its relic would wait, a testament to the enduring magic of the founders and the wisdom of those who guarded their legacy. The Lost Wards of Hogwarts. The halls of Hogwarts thrummed with the quiet magic that had defined the castle for centuries. It was an ancient hum, imperceptible to most but ever present to those who had learned to listen. For Albus Dumbledore, newly settled into his role as headmaster, the magic of the castle was both a comfort and a responsibility. He often wandered the corridors in the still hours of the night, observing the way the castle seemed to breathe, staircases shifting, torches flickering, and doors revealing themselves only to those who truly needed them. One evening, during a routine inspection of the castle's magical defenses, Dumbledore felt something he hadn't encountered before. A subtle distortion in the air, like a note played slightly off-key. He paused, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. The sensation emanated from a corner of the castle near the East Tower, a seldom-used corridor that led to a forgotten storeroom. It wasn't the usual mischief of the castle's enchantments, which often played harmless tricks on unsuspecting students. This felt older, more deliberate. Dumbledore followed the sensation, his steps echoing softly against the stone floor. The closer he came, the more pronounced the distortion became. It wasn't a disruption so much as a weakening, as though a thread in the fabric of the castle's magic was beginning to fray. When he reached the corridor's end, he found nothing unusual at first glance, just a row of dusty portraits and a window overlooking the darkened grounds. Yet, when he extended his wand and whispered a detection charm, the air shimmered faintly, revealing an ancient enchantment embedded in the very stones of the wall. Intrigued, Dumbledore probed the enchantment further. It was intricate and layered, its threads woven deep into the structure of the castle. It wasn't a spell he recognized, and it bore none of the signatures left by the current generation of Hogwarts professors. This magic was far older, tied to the foundations of the school itself. As he examined it, he began to see faint runes glowing beneath the surface of the stone, symbols that felt familiar, though their meaning eluded him. It was clear that this was no ordinary ward. Unlike the standard protective enchantments maintained by the staff, this one carried a complexity that spoke of its origins. Dumbledore's mind turned to the founders, whose mastery of magic had shaped Hogwarts into the sanctuary it had become. This ward, he realized, could only have been crafted by one of them. The precision and elegance of the runes suggested Rowena Ravenclaw's hand, a combination of logic and foresight imbued into every thread of the spell. But something was wrong. The enchantment, though still active, was weakening, its glow dim and uneven. It had been designed to last for centuries, yet now it seemed on the verge of unraveling. Dumbledore frowned, his sharp mind racing through possibilities. What could have caused such a powerful spell to falter? And more importantly, what had it been protecting? The air around him grew colder as he stepped back, his wand still raised. He could feel the faint traces of another presence. Not a person, but something lingering just beyond his senses. Whatever this ward had been containing, it was beginning to stir. And though he didn't yet know its nature, Dumbledore understood one thing with absolute certainty. this was no ordinary threat. It was something ancient, something dangerous, and it was up to him to ensure it remained sealed. The days that followed were filled with quiet urgency as Dumbledore delved deeper into the mystery of the faltering ward. Though he kept the matter to himself, he could not ignore the growing sense of unease that seemed to permeate the air around Hogwarts. The ancient enchantment had been holding something at bay, and now, with its strength waning, the faint traces of that presence were beginning to ripple through the castle. Dumbledore began his investigation in the library's restricted section, combing through texts on wards, magical containment, and the histories of Hogwarts' founding. The castle, he knew, was a patchwork of layered magic, each founder contributing their own defenses and safeguards. Yet the complexity of the ward he had discovered suggested a specific purpose, something beyond the usual protections. After hours of searching, he came across a passage in an old manuscript that piqued his interest. The text, written in a dense, looping script, spoke of a Ravenclaw's binding, an enchantment created to seal away a great danger. While it offered little detail about the nature of this threat, it hinted at a malevolent magical entity, a remnant of an ancient force that had once threatened the school. The binding had been designed not to destroy the entity, but to trap it, containing its essence within the very walls of Hogwarts. The passage sent a chill through Dumbledore. He had always marveled at Rowena Ravenclaw's intellect, her ability to see solutions where others saw only problems. But this enchantment was not merely an exercise in magical ingenuity. It was an act of desperation. The entity she had bound must have been formidable, perhaps even beyond the combined powers of the founders themselves. And now, with the ward weakening, it was stirring once more. Dumbledore's next step was to examine the ward more closely. Late one evening, under the pretense of a routine patrol, he returned to the East Tower corridor. The runes embedded in the stone glowed faintly as he approached, their light flickering like a dying flame. He knelt before the wall, tracing the symbols with his wand, murmuring incantations to better understand their structure. As he worked, he began to piece together the enchantment's mechanics. It was a web of interlocking spells, each reinforcing the other, designed to keep the entity contained and dormant. But time had eroded the magic, weakening the threads that held the binding intact. More troubling, Dumbledore sensed the faint pulse of the entity behind the ward, a dark, restless energy pressing against its confines, seeking any weakness to exploit. That night, Dumbledore's sleep was troubled by vivid dreams. He saw flashes of a shadowy figure moving through the castle, its form shifting and indistinct. It whispered in a language he did not understand, its voice echoing with a blend of malice and sorrow. The dreams left him unsettled, but they also confirmed what he had feared. The entity was awakening, and its influence was beginning to seep into the castle. The next morning, reports of unusual occurrences began trickling in from the staff and students. A suit of armor had toppled over in the middle of the night, though no one had been near it. A student in Ravenclaw claimed to have heard faint whispers while studying alone in the library, only to find the room empty. And in the great hall, one of the enchanted ceiling's stars had flickered and gone dark, as though a shadow had passed over it. Dumbledore moved quickly to contain the situation. He reinforced the ward as best he could, layering temporary spells over Ravenclaw's binding to slow its unraveling. But he knew these measures were a stopgap. The ward had been failing for years, perhaps centuries, and its original intricacy was beyond even his considerable skill. If he was to restore it, he would need to find more than just knowledge. He would need to understand Ravenclaw's intentions and the full nature of what she had sealed away. Determined to uncover the truth, Dumbledore turned his attention to Ravenclaw Tower. The founder's legacy lived on in her house, and he suspected that clues to the ward's origins might be hidden within the artifacts she had left behind. But as he climbed the tower's winding staircase, he couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. The entity, sensing its growing freedom, was beginning to influence the castle, and its whispers were growing louder. Whatever lay ahead, Dumbledore knew that he would need all his wits, strength, and resolve to protect Hogwarts from the danger that had long been buried within its walls. Dumbledore's ascent to Ravenclaw Tower was marked by a heavy stillness, the kind that often accompanied moments of deep and ancient magic. The winding staircase seemed unusually quiet, its steps echoing faintly beneath his polished boots. He was no stranger to the tower, but this time it felt different, almost as though the castle itself was holding its breath, watching him as he climbed. When he reached the entrance to Ravenclaw's common room, he paused before the eagle-shaped knocker. The enchantment, known for posing riddles to those who sought entry, would undoubtedly recognize his presence. Sure enough, as he raised his hand, the knocker spoke in its lilting, measured tone. "I speak without a mouth, and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" Dumbledore smiled faintly at the simplicity of the question. "An echo," he replied. The door swung open, revealing the airy expanse of the Ravenclaw common room. The high, arched windows let in streams of moonlight, illuminating the blue and bronze decor with an ethereal glow. Statues of wise and legendary figures lined the walls, and the ceiling sparkled as though embedded with stars. Yet, even in its serene beauty, Dumbledore felt the faint pull of something amiss, an undercurrent of disturbance that marred the room's usual tranquility. He moved with purpose, scanning the space for any sign of Ravenclaw's legacy. His intuition told him that whatever clues the founder had left behind would be hidden in plain sight, woven seamlessly into the fabric of her house. His eyes fell upon a large, ornate bookcase near the far wall, its shelves lined with tomes older than most of the castle's current occupants. At its center, a shimmering diadem rested on a velvet cushion, a replica of Rowena Ravenclaw's fabled crown of wisdom. Dumbledore approached the diadem, his wand alight with a faint golden glow. The replica, while not enchanted, seemed to emanate a faint trace of the founder's magic. He cast a revealing charm, and the air around the diadem shimmered as an inscription appeared, glowing faintly in the moonlight. The key lies where wisdom begins. The riddle's meaning was clear enough. Wisdom, the foundation of Ravenclaw's teachings, often began with knowledge. Dumbledore turned his attention to the bookcase, his wand tracing the spines of the tomes. Many were ancient texts on magical theory, philosophy, and history, their titles written in languages long forgotten. But one book stood out, a plain, unmarked volume bound in worn leather. When he pulled the book from the shelf, the room seemed to shift. A soft hum filled the air as the bookcase slid aside, revealing a hidden alcove behind it. Inside, an ancient pedestal stood, bearing a small, intricately carved chest. Runes etched along its surface glowed faintly as Dumbledore approached, their patterns matching those he had seen on the faltering ward. The chest opened at his touch, revealing a scroll tied with a silver ribbon. Unrolling it, Dumbledore found a set of handwritten instructions penned in elegant script. It was Rowena Ravenclaw's work, detailing the creation of the binding ward and the entity it contained. The scroll confirmed his suspicions. The entity was not a creature of flesh, but a manifestation of pure magical energy, formed from a catastrophic experiment involving unstable magical elements. The founders had managed to trap it within the castle, but Ravenclaw had feared that time would erode the ward and that future generations would need to repair it. The scroll outlined a ritual for restoring the enchantment, a complex process requiring immense magical precision and a keen understanding of logic and spellcraft. But there was a warning as well. The entity would resist the restoration, using every ounce of its remaining power to disrupt the ritual. The caster would need to remain focused, unwavering in the face of its influence. Dumbledore rolled up the scroll, his resolve hardening. He had the knowledge he needed, but the task ahead would not be easy. The entity was growing stronger with each passing day, and its influence on the castle was becoming more apparent. He had no time to waste. As he left the common room, he felt the weight of the challenge pressing down on him. The castle was stirring, its magic reacting to the unraveling ward and the entity's growing presence. He knew he would need to act swiftly and decisively, not just to restore the binding, but to ensure the safety of everyone within Hogwarts walls. With the scroll in hand and determination in his heart, Dumbledore descended the tower, preparing for the confrontation that would determine the fate of the castle and its ancient secret. Dumbledore wasted no time preparing for the ritual outlined in Ravenclaw's scroll. The process required careful planning, as the magic involved was not only ancient but also volatile, designed to keep a powerful and malevolent force contained. He retreated to his office, poring over the instructions late into the night, his quill scratching notes on a blank parchment. The ritual was complex, involving runes, incantations, and artifacts to channel the raw energy of the castle itself. Success would depend on precision, and on Dumbledore's ability to withstand the entity's interference. The next day, as Hogwarts bustled with the usual chaos of student life, the castle itself seemed to grow more unsettled. Reports of strange incidents continued to spread. A Slytherin student claimed their wand had been pulled from their hand by an unseen force during a defense against the dark arts lesson. A Gryffindor prefect spoke of feeling watched while patrolling the corridors, and a suit of armor in the Transfiguration courtyard had collapsed without explanation, scattering its enchanted pieces across the stones. Dumbledore moved swiftly and quietly, determined to avoid a panic among the staff and students. He issued a notice to restrict access to certain areas of the castle, citing routine maintenance, and began assembling the materials required for the ritual. The artifacts included a crystal orb from the astronomy tower, a ceremonial dagger from the History of Magic archives, and a rare sapphire imbued with stabilizing magic from the depths of the Black Lake. Each item carried significance, serving as conduits to reinforce the binding and counter the entity's growing strength. As night fell, Dumbledore returned to the corridor where the ward had been placed. The runes on the wall now pulsed erratically, their glow fluctuating between bright and dim as if struggling to maintain their structure. The air felt thick and charged, the entity's influence pressing harder against its containment. Dumbledore could feel it now, a dark and restless presence that seemed to ripple just beneath the surface of the enchantment. With his wand, he carefully inscribed additional protective runes around the existing ones, muttering incantations under his breath to stabilize the ward. Each spell required careful concentration, and the entity fought back at every turn. A low, whispering voice echoed in his mind as he worked, filling his thoughts with images of destruction and chaos. It tried to distract him, to lure him into making a mistake that would weaken the enchantment further. But Dumbledore's resolve held firm. He had faced such temptations before and knew better than to listen. As he prepared the final phase of the ritual, the entity's resistance intensified. The lights in the corridor flickered and dimmed, and the temperature dropped sharply, frost forming on the stone walls. The runes on the ward blazed with sudden intensity, their light almost blinding. The entity was pushing back, desperate to break free before the ritual could be completed. Dumbledore raised his wand, reciting the incantation written in Ravenclaw's elegant script. The runes on the wall glowed brighter, their patterns shifting to form new shapes as the enchantment began to reweave itself. The crystal orb in his other hand vibrated violently, its light pulsing in rhythm with the ward. The entity lashed out, its whispers growing into a deafening roar in Dumbledore's mind, but he stood firm, pouring his magic into the ritual with unwavering focus. The final moment came with a flash of blinding light. The runes flared brilliantly, their glow spreading outward to encompass the entire corridor. The air trembled with the force of the magic as the ward sealed itself anew, the threads of the enchantment locking into place. The entity let out a final, echoing scream of rage before its presence was silenced, contained once more within the depths of the castle. Dumbledore staggered slightly, his breathing heavy as he lowered his wand. The corridor was quiet again, the runes glowing faintly but steadily, a sign that the ward had been successfully restored. He felt the weight of relief, though it was tempered by the knowledge of how close the castle had come to disaster. Satisfied that the immediate danger had passed, Dumbledore returned to his office, the scroll still in his possession. He carefully recorded the events in his private journal, noting the ward's restoration and the entity's lingering influence. He also added his own observations, ensuring that future generations would have the knowledge needed to maintain the binding should it ever begin to falter again. As he sat back in his chair, the warmth of the fire flickering nearby, Dumbledore allowed himself a moment of reflection. Hogwarts was a place of great magic, but it was also a place of great responsibility. The founders had built it to endure, and their legacies, both wondrous and dangerous, remained woven into its very stones. He had done his part to protect that legacy, but he knew the castle's mysteries were far from fully unraveled. The ward now restored, Hogwarts returned to its usual rhythms. The students remained blissfully unaware of the threat they had narrowly avoided, and the castle's magic settled into its familiar hum. Yet, in the back of his mind, Dumbledore knew that the secrets of the castle would continue to test those who sought to protect it. For now, however, the danger was contained, and Hogwarts was safe once more. In the weeks that followed, the sense of unease that had gripped Hogwarts gradually dissipated. The ward, now restored, held firm, its runes glowing with a steady light that reassured Dumbledore every time he passed the corridor. The strange occurrences ceased, and the castle's usual lively energy returned. Students and staff went about their routines, blissfully unaware of how close they had come to calamity. Yet, for Dumbledore, the ordeal was far from forgotten. The experience left him with lingering questions, and a renewed respect for the intricate magic of the founders. He returned to Ravenclaw's scroll on several occasions, studying its instructions and annotations with a keen eye. Though the immediate threat had been neutralized, the binding enchantment was not infallible. Rowena Ravenclaw's notes suggested that the ward required periodic reinforcement, a task that would fall to those who understood its delicate construction. Dumbledore realized the importance of ensuring this knowledge was preserved, but he also recognized the dangers of leaving such secrets accessible to the wrong hands. After much consideration, he made a decision. He would document the events surrounding the ward's restoration, but only in part. The complete details of the ritual and the nature of the entity would remain hidden, recorded in a secure archive that only future headmasters could access. To guide them, he added his own annotations to the scroll, including strategies for resisting the entity's influence and strengthening the enchantment. The scroll was then sealed within an enchanted chest, its locks responding only to those with the authority to lead Hogwarts. Despite these precautions, Dumbledore couldn't shake the feeling that the entity was more than just a trapped remnant of ancient magic. The way it had resisted him, probing at his thoughts and emotions, suggested a cunning intelligence. It wasn't simply a force of chaos, it was something that understood its confinement and sought freedom with purpose. He began to wonder if the entity's origin might be tied to something even older than Hogwarts itself, a fragment of a history long forgotten. This question haunted him, and he began quietly researching the early years of magical Britain, searching for records of similar occurrences. The results were sparse, but there were whispers in old texts of experiments with raw magical energy, attempts to create power that could be harnessed without the constraints of a wand or spell. These accounts were vague and fragmentary, but they hinted at dangers that mirrored what he had encountered in the ward. Perhaps the founders had known more about this kind of magic than they had ever revealed, and perhaps their decision to bind the entity within the castle was both an act of protection and a warning. As the months passed, Dumbledore resumed his duties as headmaster with his usual calm demeanor, but the experience left its mark. He became even more attuned to the subtleties of the castle, sensing its shifts and currents as though it were a living being. He maintained a quiet vigilance over the restored ward, regularly checking its stability and reinforcing the enchantments when necessary. Each time he passed the corridor, he paused briefly, listening to the faint hum of the magic and ensuring that the binding held strong. The ordeal also deepened Dumbledore's appreciation for the founders, particularly Rowena Ravenclaw. Her foresight and skill in crafting the ward were unparalleled, a testament to her brilliance and understanding of magic's complexities. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship with her as well, a shared burden of guarding the delicate balance between magic's potential and its peril. Though the immediate danger had passed, Dumbledore knew that Hogwarts' secrets were never truly at rest. The castle was a repository of wonders and dangers, its layers of enchantment both a shield and a labyrinth. As he reflected on the events surrounding the ward, he found solace in the knowledge that he had played his part in protecting the school and its inhabitants. But he also knew that the work of safeguarding Hogwarts was never finished. For now, the entity was contained, its restless presence subdued once more. Yet, in the depths of the castle, the binding enchantment hummed softly, a reminder of the ancient magic that shaped Hogwarts and the responsibility of those who called it home. And though the students and staff carried on with their lives, unaware of the danger they had narrowly avoided, Dumbledore remained watchful, ever ready to face the next challenge that might emerge from the castle's shadows. For in a place as old and magical as Hogwarts, secrets were never truly silenced. They merely waited, hidden and patient, for the right moment to resurface. The following years were marked by a sense of quiet vigilance for Dumbledore. Though Hogwarts had returned to its usual rhythms of learning, laughter, and the occasional mischief, he knew the events surrounding the ward were not simply resolved, but postponed. The entity remained sealed, its influence suppressed, but the ancient magic binding it would require continued care. An unbroken chain of stewardship passed from one headmaster to the next. Dumbledore took great care to document the restoration process in his private journal, embedding within it layers of magical encryption to prevent its contents from being accessed by anyone without the headmaster's explicit permission. The notes described not only the enchantments, but also the psychological and emotional strain of facing the entity. His writings stressed the importance of maintaining focus and resisting its insidious attempts to manipulate fear and ambition. In his reflections, Dumbledore often returned to the nature of the entity itself. It was clear that it had been born of immense magical power, likely tied to the Founder's earliest experiments in shaping the castle's magic. Yet its precise origins remained a mystery. Rowena Ravenclaw's scroll provided little detail about what had created it, only that it had been a mistake, a force of such volatility and malice that it could not be destroyed, only contained. Dumbledore speculated that the Founders had seen the entity as both a failure and a reminder of the risks inherent in wielding power without restraint. These thoughts weighed heavily on Dumbledore, shaping his philosophy as both a leader and a mentor. He became increasingly attuned to the delicate balance between ambition and wisdom, particularly in his dealings with students who exhibited great potential. His experiences with Tom Riddle had already left him wary of how easily brilliance could turn to darkness, and the encounter with the entity only deepened his resolve to guide his students toward humility and self-awareness. One particular moment stood out: a discussion with a particularly inquisitive student from Ravenclaw who had stumbled across an old mention of the Founder's magical wards during their research. The student, eager to impress their headmaster, posed a series of probing questions about the castle's defenses and their origins. Dumbledore, ever the skilled deflector, offered vague yet thoughtful answers, steering the conversation toward the broader principles of magical responsibility. Power, he told the student, is neither inherently good nor evil. It is the wielder's intentions and their ability to understand the consequences of their actions that determine its true nature. The Founders understood this well, and they built Hogwarts to teach not just magic, but the wisdom to use it wisely. Though the student seemed satisfied with the discussion, Dumbledore felt a pang of unease. Curiosity, while a virtue, could also be a gateway to peril, particularly in a place as layered and mysterious as Hogwarts. It reminded him of the importance of safeguarding the knowledge of the ward and its secrets, ensuring that only those with the proper understanding and restraint would ever encounter them. As time went on, Dumbledore's attention turned to the growing challenges facing the wizarding world. Dark forces gathering strength, old enemies rising once more, and the need to protect the next generation from the encroaching shadows. Yet, even amid these greater battles, he never forgot the hidden threat within the castle. Periodically, he returned to the corridor where the ward was placed, inspecting the runes and reinforcing the enchantments as needed. Each visit was a solemn ritual, a reminder of the delicate balance he was charged with maintaining. On one such visit, late in his tenure as headmaster, Dumbledore lingered longer than usual. The ward's hum was steady, its glow unwavering, but the air around it felt heavier than before. He placed a hand on the cold stone, feeling the faint pulse of the magic within. The entity, though silent, was still there, waiting. "You won't break free," he murmured softly, his voice steady. "Not while I'm here." Yet, as he turned and walked away, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen after his time was done. Would the next guardian of Hogwarts understand the weight of this secret? Would they possess the strength and wisdom to keep the entity contained? He could only hope. For now, however, Hogwarts stood secure, its mysteries intact, its wards holding firm. And though the entity remained a shadowy presence, its influence was subdued, kept in check by the ancient magic of Rowena Ravenclaw and the vigilance of those who had followed in her footsteps. Dumbledore left the corridor in silence, the faint hum of the ward fading as he returned to his duties, ever watchful, ever ready for the challenges that lay ahead.